Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Wednesday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 34 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes coming up in just a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. Welcome to day number 68 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Wednesday of live racing set to go in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. We're racing under sunny, beautiful Florida skies. Temperatures today expected to be in the upper 70s, low 80s as we get set throughout today's 9-race card. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 kicks off the yearly pick 5. There's no changes in today's first race. There's actually no changes in races 1, 2, and 3. Races 1, 2, and 3 are all clear. Race 4 sees our first scratch of the day. Scratch number 4, Una de Mai. Scratch number 4, Una de Mai in the fourth race. Race 4, scratch the 4. A jockey change on the number 9, Bonita Diamond. Make the rider Gabriel Maldonado. Gabriel Maldonado rides number 9, Bonita Diamond, in today's fourth. Race number 5 starts the late pick 5. A couple of scratches in here. Scratch number 1, Miss Kendrick B. Number 1, Miss Kendrick B is out. Also scratch number 8, Ain't No Lady. Scratch 1 and 8 out of today's fifth race. Race 5, scratch 1 and 8. Today's sixth race starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Eric the Salesman. Number 3, Eric the Salesman is scratched. Also scratch 12, Sergeant Barger. Scratch 13, Galactic Empire. And scratch 14, Mean Tweets. Scratch 3, 12, 13, and 14 out of the sixth race. Do take note, the number 11, Henry III, does draw in and will run. Number 11, Henry III, will run off the also eligible list in today's sixth race. Race 7, scratch all of the also eligibles. 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all scratched. Race 7, scratch all the AEs. 11, 12, 13. Today's eighth race, just an ownership correction on the number 2, Marvelous Lady. Should read owner Stephen Keplin Jr. Race 8, number 2, should read owner Stephen Keplin Jr. Today's ninth and final race, scratch number 4, Country Slew. Number 4, Country Slew is out. Scratch number 11, Whiskey or Wine. Whiskey or Wine is scratched. And scratch number 12, Phraseologism. Scratch 4, 11, and 13. 4, 11, 13 are scratch. Number 12, Halon, does draw in and will run. Number 12, Halon will run. Again, scratch 4, 11, and 13. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post 30 minutes away as we've just hit 12 noon and first post at 12:30. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 9 of today's races. Till then, we are fast and firm, and we're ready to kick off a week. Don't forget Florida Cup Day coming up on Sunday. We'll have great stakes racing action here on Sunday. Racing today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for these final few weeks of the season. As we get set to kick off day 68, just 29 minutes away, we wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. 9 races on today's card. Race 1's going to kick off that early pick 5, and it's with a main 10 for 3-year-olds and up, set at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 2, Coastal River, in here for Elbrat, who moves this boy back to the main track, drops him in for 10 for the first time. This is after 2 turf routes. He wasn't bad in the first, which was also his first time ever going 2 turns. He finished 5th. This was after a wide trip going a mile on the 16th, and the beaten lengths were 5 1/4, so not terrible. Now, he didn't really contend last out. He was drawn widest of all. He broke lethargically. He was drawn over to sit back of the pack, and he just never made a bid in any meaningful way. I'm going to go the benefit of the doubt that he was just not feeling it that afternoon, and now back on the main track, he could wake up. Last time he ran on dirt, that was in a 6 furlong maiden 16 here on January 10th. I know he was 6 feet and 5 1/4 lengths, but he'd drawn the rail, and he's not a speedy type. And then meanwhile, the half up front was a sub 45. He did come with a late run, though, and start before that, he was well beaten, but it was a first off a long layoff and a main 25 at that. And that leaves the only other start. That was a main 16 on the main track here, going 6 1/2 furlongs back last spring, and he closed to finish second that afternoon. So all this to say, back on dirt, 2 turns, in for 10 with a weight allowance. Why not? The number 5, Snowvember. Well, this one is back in for Rory Barron. He'd run well enough going the mile 40 distance on March 1st to close and get within 3 lengths of the victorious Grand Park View. This was, again, back on March 1st. They wheeled back 8 days later while dropping in for just 10, but he was drawn wide, got bumped out of the gate by Iconic Rock, and he lost his footing. Now, at that point, Marin just got him rebalanced, tracked well back with the front, made a move later, but was so wide off the turn that there was no way to make up the ground, and he was ultimately beaten 9 3/4 lengths. I think with a better start, he is game. And then I will complete the top 3 with the number 1, that is Iconic Rock, in for Kathleen O'Connell. Again, he bumped into Snowvember out of the gate last out. He was able to keep better balance, though, and he did, however, have some ground loss. He ended up getting the Shodo beaten 8 1/2 lengths. He'd run second the 2 starts prior to that at this level and distance, tracking just off the pace, which was a lot slower despite being shorter races than the 8 1/2 furlong contest. But anyway, this is a horse who consistently tries. We'll see if he gets another check here today, and that's going to make it 2-5-1 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's first race. We start the early pick 5 in here. A field of 9 set to go a mile and 40 yards. It's $10,000 down $8,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. No scratches or changes here in today's first race. We offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Should be going up more from here in just 6 minutes. 6 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5 with a pool of 40,000. Still got 2 minutes to post. 2 minutes to post time. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's first race, our early pick five, are coming up in 1 minute. 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first of 9 here on a beautiful Wednesday at Tampa Bay Downs. Day 68 of the season ready to commence. Field of 9 here in the opener at 1 mile and 40 yards. Post time favorite right now, 2-1 on the number 8. Right on target, 5-2 on the 4 Air Force Royalty, 3-1 Iconic Rock. Those are the top 3 in the wagering here as 2 Stormy Oceans moves in. Here's Rapid Roy. Air Force Royalty in the house yellow colors to gate 4. Waiting on Right on Target, and My Wife Has a Gun. Right on Target, your 2-1 slight favorite. My Wife Has a Gun, Ronnie Allen Jr. to the outside draw. Ready to kick off a Wednesday, day 68. We are fast and firm and racing under sunny, beautiful Florida skies as we kick off the card. They're in the gate. And the race is on. 2 Stormy Oceans, Iconic Rock. Those two both set hard for early speed. 2 Stormy Oceans. Alonso Quinones wants to get to the front as they run to that first turn. Iconic Rock trying to hold that rail position. Air Force Royalty right on target. They're out 3rd and 4th. Down to the inside, Coastal River advances from 5th. My Wife Has a Gun is way on the outside, moving around November. It's 3 more then. Back to Rapid Roy, who's running along 8th early on. And Beeville's the early trailer, about 12 lengths off the lead of 2 Stormy Oceans. Quinones wanted that lead. He's got it through an opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It's 2 Stormy Oceans, a length and a tail in front of Iconic Rock. Air Force Royalty moves through to his inside from 3rd. Then comes Right on Target. Red Jacket about 2.5 off the top in 4th. It's another length and a half to My Wife Has a Gun, who was wide on that first turn, is 5th and about 5 behind. Coastal River starts to advance from the inside. Then comes November. It's 4 more back to Rapid Roy and another 3 to Beeville, who trails. 48 seconds flat was the opening half mile for 2 Stormy Oceans, who goes to the far turn. Now a length and a half in front of Iconic Rock. Right on target, sent up after them 3 wide. Pushed along is Air Force Royalty, who's 4th toward the inside, still about 3.5 lengths behind. Then comes My Wife Has a Gun. Snowvember is starting to lift from the back, is up to 6th now, and still about 7 off the lead. They still got to come catch 2 Stormy Oceans. Alonso Quinones and 2 Stormy Oceans to the top of the stretch, just over a length in front of Iconic Rock in second. Right on target, looks to have stalled out just a touch. In behind them, My Wife Has a Gun moves down toward the inside. Snowvember still making up steady progress. They have just over a 16th of a mile left to go. Here's Iconic Rock coming up to grab the lead. Iconic Rock, the new leader. Coastal River with a big late run is coming between horses. Iconic Rock. Here's Coastal River charging late. Coastal River up in the final strides to get Iconic Rock. After that was My Wife Has a Gun, Right on Target in Snowvember. 2, 1, 9, 8, and 5. 2, 1, 9, 8, and 5. Your unofficial order. Coastal River is 6-1 winner. We do have a jockey's objection. The rider of the number 4, Air Force Royalty, alleging interference against the rider of the 9 at about the 8th pole in mid-stretch. Does not affect the top 2 finishers, but again, the objection 4 against 9, looking at the run about the 8th pole. Again, the 2 horses in question are down on the inside rail there. Here's Coastal River to the winner's circle. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Enticed out of Girl with a Curl. Coastal River was bred in New York by Equine Futures LLC. Gary Ellebrant, Virginia Hoover, and Nicole Hoover are the winning owners. Gary Ellebrant, the winning trainer. Cesar Gonzalez, aboard for the winning ride. As Coastal River rallies from off the pace to score in today's first race. Again, reminder this race is subject to a jockey's objection. The rider of the 4 alleging interference against the rider of the 9 at the 8th pole. Please hold all tickets. Do take note there will be no change to the order of finish. Results will stand as is, no change. 21985 will go official shortly. Again, no change from the jockey's objection here in today's first. Results are official. $14 on the win for Coastal River. The 2-1 exacta $37.70. Trifecta $342.55. The Dime Super $229.27. Nobody had that super high 5. So we'll carry over $1,525 to the upcoming second race. Race 2, a maiden event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 6 furlongs, just 20 minutes away at 1 o'clock sharp. No scratches or changes here in today's second. We'll start our early pick 4, today's second race, in 20 minutes.
Race 2 is going to kick off that early pick 4, and it's with the main 16 for 3-year-old fillies set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 9 Wild Princess, 1 of 2, entered for Kathleen O'Connell. She's had just one start, ran 9th in a main 17.5 at Gulfstream Park. This was on the synthetic, going 5.5 furlongs. She was drawn on the outside that day and pressed the pace before tiring. So the fact that she was game to duel was impressive, whatever her ultimate finish happened to be. So let's see if now, second time out, move to dirt in this main 16, she can finish better, if not win. Mom was a turfer, but the family's produced a lot of black type on dirt. The maternal grandmother is Luster. She was second in the Grade 3 Dogwood Stakes, and the family also includes the likes of Grade 1 winning millionaire Elate, as well as Kentucky Derby winner Sea Hero, whose statue you see there at Saratoga because he also won the Travers. Okay, next, the 4 Temptation Firster for Darian Rodriguez. She debuts with Lasix and Sammy Marin in the irons. She's by Unified out of Tessio by Mineshaft. Mom's a half-sister to Grade 3 Iroquois winner Curly Jack, and the granny is Grade 1 place Connie and Michael, who was second in the Mother Goose. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 2, that is Nana Moon in for Elbrat. She's making a second start after finishing 6th in a main 32 on debut, but hey, it was the debut. Just her first start. She had the rail, considered the level, there was an honest pace. She's now dropping in for 16 with experience, and that can be enough to move her up for an in-the-money finish here with Ferrer aboard. Going to go 9-4-2 in race 2, which again starts our early pick 4.
The horses onto the track post-braiding for today's second race. We start the early pick four here. $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 6 furlongs on that fast main track. Field of 9 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes in race 2. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3. And we start that early pick 4, also a super high 5 carryover of $1,525. Post time is in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's second race. The early pick 4 ready to kick off here on a Wednesday. Field of 9 at 6 furlongs. Your 7-5 favorite. Number 7, Mom's Had Enough. Antonio Gallardo for Kathleen O'Connell. Here's Nana Moon as trainer Gary Ellebrandt took the first race with the number 2 horse. He looks to take the second here. This one's 7-2. Jose Ferrer on board Nana Moon. Act Violently's gone in. Here She Stopped Short. Pablo Morales for Joel Campbell. The favorite, Mom's Had Enough, will be next. Out to gate 7. She Stopped Short, ironically, is doing that at the gate. Now going in. Temptation, Willing to Try, and Wild Princess going to be the final 3. Ready to kick off our early pick 4 here. As Florida Cup week upon us. Don't forget Sunday, the big day, Florida Cup Day. 6 stakes events for the Florida Breds. Should be a great afternoon. Wild Princess, Hector Diaz Jr. to complete the line. Wild Princess to the outside gate. Going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Temptation broke sharply, showing good debut speed. Sprints right out to the front. Mom's Had Enough. Don't Drain My Pocket right up there. And Wild Princess from the extreme outside. It's Temptation in front 3/4 of a length. To Mom's Had Enough on the far outside. Wild Princess. Don't Drain My Pocket in the lavender colors is just 3 lengths off the lead back and forth. So then a space of 4 or 5 more. Back to Endless Fashion, who's 5th. She Stopped Short to that one's outside. Then comes Nana Moon. Act Violently with 1 beat early on, and that's the other firster, Willing to Try, as first-time starter Temptation leads him to the far turn. 22 and 1/5 seconds was Temptation's opening quarter mile. Samuel Marin and Temptation to come into the 5/16 pole, leads 3/4 of a length. Wild Princess getting a little closer on the outside. They've gone 2.5 in front of Don't Drain My Pocket. Mom's Had Enough. The favorite's now back to 4th. She Stopped Short, starting to rally from 5th. But up front, Temptation leads for home. It's Temptation into the stretch quickly in front by 2.5 now. Wild Princess on the outside is back in second. Then comes Don't Drain My Pocket, and She Stopped Short starting a rally on the outside. But Temptation has kicked clear. Temptation by the 16th pole in front by 6. She Stopped Short running up into second. Temptation, awesome in debut here at 7-2. Wins it geared down by about 7 in the end. Second was She Stopped Short. Then came Wild Princess. Fourth ended up very close between Act Violently and Don't Drain My Pocket. Four, 3, 9, 5, and 6. 4, 3, 9, 5, 6, the unofficial order. Final time 110.59. Temptation, winner here. Temptation of the winner's circle wins the career debut here. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Unified out of Tessio was bred right here in beautiful Florida by Bulldog Racing. Sabal Racing Stable and BS Racing are the winning owners. Darren Rodriguez, the winning trainer. Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride as Temptation gate to wire impressively here in today's second race. $9.40 on the win. The 4-3 exact is $16.60. The trifecta $91.95. Dime Super $141.02. The daily double $45.20. Once again, nobody had the super high five, so we'll roll that carryover into race 3. And it's going to be $4,173. Race 3 is in 24 minutes at 1:32 p.m. Today's third event starts our middle pick 4. No scratches or changes in race 3. It's an allowance optional claiming group. Post time for the third in 24 minutes.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick 4. It's for 3-year-olds which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, or which have never won 2 races, or an optional claiming price of $75,000. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 3 Troops is in for Vincent. This is off a 2.5 length score over a maiden 32 field back on February 15th. The runner-up was Miami Frank. He next scored a maiden optional 50 at Gulfstream Park by 4.25 lengths, put up a 70 buyer figure. Though I got to mention that was over muddy going, and he was also first-time blinkers, but still, pretty impressive note. Other 2 starts that Troops had, he was up against it. On debut, he was drawn widest of all, did not get away well, had a wide trip, ultimately finished 10.75 lengths back and forth. The winner, however, was John Hancock, who then went on to win our Sam F. Davis. Start 2, Troops showed speed before getting put away. The winner there, Garamond, who then ran third to Flood Zone in the Grade 3 Gotham, putting up an 89 buyer. So he's been in tough, and it wasn't surprising because of that he was a decisive winner in that 3rd career start. And he could continue to progress here despite being in with other winners, especially cutting back to 6 furlongs with a nice draw. The number 6 is fully authorized. He could prove tough. This boy's in for Mike Deeney. He's got experience at this level. He just ran 4th on February 26th in against Statesman, going 1:40. Statesman was in off a main special weight score here at Tampa for Shug McGahee, in which he earned a 75 buyer, and he got a 78 for the optional win. So that's a really nice horse. In 3rd, 8 lengths beaten was Truly Legit, and he next won an N2L allowance at Mahoning Valley for Chris Davis, put up a 65. There is enough pep in here that if there is some hooking, this boy could take advantage on the cut back to 1 turn, with Marin getting back aboard. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 4, that is Spite the Snow. 1 of 2 entered for Ron Potts, who also starts the number 5, Shadow Factor. Spite the Snow finished the better of Shadow Factor back in the Fitz-Dixon Jr. Memorial Juvenile. In fact, Spite the Snow has never finished off the board through all career 5 starts, though all of them have been on the synthetic at Presque Isle. Now, that stated, he is out of Let It Snow by Tappet. She ran on dirt. Her mom, Lady on Holiday, was surface flexible, was 3rd in the Delta Princess, and siblings have shown surface flexibility as well. He ran well at first asking, despite the snow, so not concerned about the layoff, and he's also first-time Lasix today. So that's going to make it 3-6-4 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
The horse is onto the track post parading for today's third race, a $75,000 allowance optional claiming event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 6 furlongs on that fast main track. Field of 7 set to go here. No scratches or changes. We do have a super high 5 carryover, $4,173. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that middle pick 4, and we have that super high 5 carryover. Just 6 minutes from post time, 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're loading in now for today's third race. Field of 7 here at 6 furlongs. Favoritism right now. Co-favorites on the board. 5 to 2 on numbers 5 and 6. Here's Spite the Snow moving forward. Fully authorized coming in. Just waiting on Deportivo to the outside. Cipriano Gil and Deportivo, the final one to join, just about set for a start here in today's third. Deportivo goes in. And they're in the gate. And the race is on. Shadow Factor hopped at the start. A little bit of an awkward start there for Riding the Dream as well. It's a little bit awkward there in the early going. Up on the front end, Deportivo from the outside. Shadow Factor after the slow start is coming up to engage and fully authorized between them. The three outside runners are quickest here in the early going as Riding a Dream continues to have a miserable early time of it here. The top three have gotten away by 4 to El Tin Marine. Riding a Dream down to the inside. Then comes Troops and Spite the Snow. 4 of them in a line at the back. 3 of them in a line at the front. Shadow Factor on the inside. Fully authorized 2 deep, 3 deep Deportivo. Riding a Dream is now back in order. Is about 4th, 2 off the top. Then comes Troops in those teal colors. Blue Cap, who's racing along 5th, starting to swing into action. It's a length and a half more to Spite the Snow and El Tin Marine trails. 22-1 the opening quarter. This three-way battle continues as they come to the top of the stretch. Shadow Factor on the inside. Deportivo fully authorized in a tough spot between horses. Winding up on the outside is Troops trying to pick up these leaders as Shadow Factor tries to creep away. Shadow Factor to the 8th pole. Troops on the outside. Spite the Snow. El Tin Marine's even making up ground down at the fence. It's still Shadow Factor there. Shadow Factor at the 16th pole. El Tin Marine trying to come up the inside from second. Shadow Factor, El Tin Marine surging. Shadow Factor gets the wire. El Tin Marine was second, third was Troops, 4th, Spite the Snow, and 5th, fully authorized. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the run out of the gate and up the back stretch. Stewards' general inquiry into the run shortly after the start, along with the first parts of the backstretch run. Again, Stewart's half posted the inquiry sign looking at the backstretch run and shortly after the start. In addition to the steward's inquiry, we also have an objection. The rider of the 2, Riding a Dream, alleging interference against the rider of the 1, El Tin Marin. Again, a jockey's objection, 2 against 1. Neither of these claims of foul appear to affect the unofficial winner. Shadow Factor, your third race winner. 3-year-old Grey-Roan Gelding by the Factor out of Amy Farrah Fowler. Spread of Pennsylvania by the winning owner and trainer Ron Potts. Hubert Villagomez aboard for the winning ride. Shadow Factor, your third race winner. Again, this race is subject to an inquiry and objection. The objection, 2 against 1 down the back stretch. We are going to have a disqualification for interference out of the gate and going down the back stretch. Number 1, El Tin Marin, has been disqualified from second and placed last for interference against the number 2, both out of the gate and down the back stretch. Again, a disqualification of number 1, El Tin Marin, from second, placed last behind the 2 for interference against that runner out of the gate and again down the back stretch. The new order finish 5, 3, 4, 6, and 7. That will go official shortly. Again, 5, 3, 4, 6, and 7, your new order of finish. Prices on the board: 5-3 exact to $21.40. The trifecta $61.80. Dime super $33.83. Early pick three, $95.65. The high five was hit for $2,018. Today's fourth race is coming up in 26 minutes at 2:09 p.m. We'll start the Ultimate Six, 1,258 in the jackpot carryover. Scratch the 4 Undamai. Number 4 Undamai is scratched. Field of 8. Jockey change on the number 9 Bonita Diamond. Gabriel Maldonado rides. Race 4 in 26 minutes. Coming up shortly, we will have the replays of the disqualification in today's third. Coming up first will be the head-on replay of today's third race. Again, we're looking at the start shortly after the gate and down the backstretch involving numbers 1 and 2. So there'll be the 2 inside runners there in the circle. You'll see the 1 coming out into the 2 right here. And then additionally, as they come down the backstretch, the 1 will come in on the 2 horse. You'll see it coming right here, causing that one to hit the rail. So multiple incidents, therefore the 2 upgraded a spot and the 1 placed behind that runner in last. Here's the pan shot. Again, just looking at the same instance there. It does have the head-on featured as well. Again, the steward's ruling that both out of the starting gate as well as in the backstretch, number 1 interfered with number 2 on a couple of occasions there.
Race 4 is going to kick off the Ultimate Six, and it's with the main 16 for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, set at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The number 3, Mama Drama. Well, she is in for Bennett. You got Camacho staying aboard after piloting her on debut, which was a 6 furlong main 16 here on February 28th. She did not get away from the gate well. That knocked Sammy back into the saddle, so she basically gave the field a bit of a head start. But then she later mounted a rally, rolled and stretched to close the margin of defeat to just a length and 3/4. All the while, it looked like Sammy had to keep directing her not to go too far into the rail. The 5th place Country Economics, she was a next out winner. She got bumped up to a main 25, cut back to 5.5, scored by 7 3/4 lengths. So yeah, I think Mama Drama could do better here in career start 2, better draw, cut back in distance. So hopefully she can get a smooth start and flash the speed it looks like she has. The number 1, Soundtrack, in for Jan Arnett. Hasn't run since December and has never run outside of Maine Special Weight Company. She'd actually run second in her first 4 career starts, 3 at Prairie Meadows, and then her Tampa debut, showing pressing speed that afternoon. But she could not wear down the winner, who went on to score again out of there, taking a 16 12 for Bennett. But yeah, Soundtrack didn't run well in her next try, but that was a 7 furlong Maine Special Weight. She had a wide post. Looked like there was a little rubbing down the backstretch as she wanted to draw over, but she couldn't because of the horse to her inside. She was much better than next start out, which was an off-the-turf Maine Special Weight. She showed foot in the slot from the rail and was able to hold third. The runner-up was Princess Brittany, and she won by 6 1/4 lengths next out, and then ran second in an optional 16 N1X, putting up a 72 buyer figure. So yeah, this girl's now rested. She gets to flash her speed on the drop in, and it's true, she could prove way too tough. We'll see. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 5. That is Adios Tipsy, in for Gulick. She's making a second career start while dropping in class. She ran third on debut after dueling into main 25, going 5.5. Tired, ultimately finished 9 lengths back of the aforementioned Country Economics. Could do better here with the experience and drop in while maintaining a weight allowance with Gonzalez aboard. So that's going to be 3-1-5 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
Horses onto the track, posts parading for today's fourth race. Race number 4 starts the Ultimate Six, $1,258 in the jackpot carryover. Scratch number 4, so we have a field of 8 set to go to post. Number 9, Bonita Diamond, a jockey change to Gabriel Maldonado. Race 4, $16,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 5.5 furlongs on the fast main track. Fourth race offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start the Ultimate Six in just 6 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race, the Ultimate Six in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fourth race, the Ultimate Six, getting underway here. Field of 8 at the 5 1/2 furlong distance. 8-5 favorite number 1 Soundtrack. Number 3 Mama Drama's 2-1 your second choice. Bonita Diamond out wide 5-2 right at that morning line, your third choice. Soundtrack coming in. Bells of Bram has gone forward. Here's Curling Rose in the orange and brown diamonds. Mama's Lullaby, Jesus Suarez for Devin Cook. Kawama the next to join. Mama Drama, the rider, Sammy Camacho out of the saddle as that one got a little ways away from the starting gate. Looks like we're just waiting on Mama Drama, Adios Tipsy, and Bonita Diamond will be all set to kick off the Ultimate Six here on a Wednesday. Mama Drama coming up. And going in. Adios Tipsy, Bonita Diamond, the final two. Adios Tipsy, Cesar Gonzalez coming up. Bonita Diamond, Gabriel Maldonado, the pickup mount to the outside. Starter Eddie Boobles heading over to his spot in front, and they are in the gate. Looks like the rider's out of the saddle again on Mama Drama. Now heading back on is Sammy Camacho. All set. And the race is on. Mama Drama away just a half step slow. Bonita Diamond up from the outside, was out quickly. Soundtrack sent through down at the inside. Also Curling Rose right there prominent as they go through that first 16th of a mile. Mama's Lullaby out third. Bonita Diamond's now fourth on the far outside. Mama Drama recovers to be fifth, just 3 lengths off the top. It's 2 more then back to Adios Tipsy. Kawama's second last, and Bells of Bram is the early trailer. The 8 of them covered by only 7 lengths as they go to that far turn. Soundtrack with pressure from Curling Rose 2 deep. Mama's Lullaby 3 deep. Bonita Diamond is 4 wide through a 22.37 opening quarter mile. They're really battling up top. It's 2 more back to Mama Drama, who's fifth. Still 3.5 or 4 lengths adrift. Another 2 back to Adios Tipsy. Bells of Bram is out of last. Kawama's now the trailer. Soundtrack has had pressure throughout, but still just narrowly in front of Curling Rose. Mama Drama going to try to look for a path about the 2 path as they have a final furlong to go. Soundtrack, Mama Drama looking for that seam. Mama's Lullaby, things getting very tight in there behind for Curling Rose. Now down the outside, Bells of Bram is starting to run on. 16th pole now. Mama Drama, Soundtrack, Bells of Bram, Adios Tipsy down the far outside. Mama Drama getting through to win it. Bells of Bram might have put a nose into second with Adios Tipsy and Soundtrack. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the stretch run. Three in a photo. Again, a steward's inquiry into the stretch run of today's fourth. In addition to the inquiry, the jockey's objection rather, the rider of the 2 alleging interference against the rider of the 3, Mama Drama. So in addition to a steward's general inquiry into the stretch run, there is an objection 2 against 3 here in today's 4th race. Three, 6, 5, 1, and 7 was the unofficial order. Again, a general steward's inquiry into the stretch run along with an objection 2 against 3. Please hold all tickets. Fans, do take note the jockey's objection 2 against 3 has been disallowed. The jockey's objection 2 against 3 has been disallowed. The steward's inquiry revealed that number 7, Mama's Lullaby, will be disqualified from 5th and placed behind the number 2, Curling Rose, for interference against that runner. So the new order finish will be 3, 6, 5, 1, and 9. 3, 6, 5, 1, and 9 will be the new order of finish. Again, the steward's ruling that the interference came from the outside, number 7, Mama's Lullaby, into the number 2. We will have the replay and a further explanation after the winner's circle presentation. In the winner's circle is Mama Drama. Mama Drama is a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Big Drama out of Roma's Distinction. Was bred in Florida by Harold Queen. Winning stables are the winning owners. Gerald Bennett, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning score. Prices on the board: 3-6 exacta $35.50, the trifecta $92.10, dime super $50.75. Pick 3 $54.05, the high five $1,467. Today's fifth race coming up next. First turf race of the afternoon at a mile and a 16th. Scratch the 1 and the 8. Numbers 1 and 8 are scratched. With that, we will have no super high 5 wagering, as we'll have a field of 6 set to go to post. Scratch 1 and 8 out of the fifth race. Late pick 5 is coming up in just 21 minutes. Again, coming up shortly on your television monitors, we will have the replays of the head-on and pan shot of the steward's inquiry and the eventual disqualification of number 7. Coming up will be the head-on replay. Again, we're going to be looking at numbers 7, who has the orange cap, lime green silks coming into the 2. You'll see the 7 comes over a few paths here into the 2 horse, which causes that one to bump the 3 and knock the back end of the 3 horse off kilter. So that's why the 3 came out, was because of the contact started by the 7 into the 2. Therefore, the steward's ruling the 7 was at fault for the interference against the number 2 horse, and that horse was disqualified from 5th and placed behind the 2 horse. Coming up next will be the pan shot. And again, looking at number 7, and the black and lime colors will come into the 2. And again, it was the 7 bumping the 2 that caused the 3's back end to get off kilter and force that one to come out. So the contact and initiation and foul all on the 7 horse there. 20 minutes post time for the 5th.
Race 5 is going to kick off today's late pick 5, and it's with a 25 claimer for fillies and mares 3 years old enough, which have never won 2 races. They'll be going a mile and a 16th on the turf. The number 7 True Myth is in for Terra Nova. This is off a 6th place finish, but she was being just 4.5 lengths by Fundamentally in an N1X allowance here on March 8th. That was a big step up from her main 25 score, so she definitely outran her 64 to 1 odds. So you've got class relief here, and while she's not fast early, she's got a potent closing kick. You got Gallardo aboard. The 2, Rose View, in for Jan Arnett, although when it comes between her and Little Martha, I understand if you prefer Little Martha. But while Little Martha has finished the better of Rose View in 2 of the starts they've had against each other, one of those was last out in an off-the-turf 25 N2L, and in the other, Rose View was making a first off the layoff. She was drawn widest of all. She went wide because of that, and she just missed eclipsing Little Martha for second that afternoon by a half length in the end. Roseview then tried a 16-starter handicap next turf test. She was obviously in tough already, and things were not helped by her getting a troubled and wide trip. She then ran against males and was overmatched on top of trip issues, and then there was the off-the-turf go that I already went over. This is a filly who was running pretty significant figures before at Gulfstream, so plenty of reason to think that she can improve here, getting back on the grass, in with the girls at this 25 N2L level with plenty of underbelly. And then, yeah, I'll complete the top 3 with the number 6, Little Martha, and that will make it 7-2-6 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post spurting for today's fifth race. It's a $25,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They'll beat a mile and 16th on turf. The turf is firm, the rail out at 22 feet. Scratch 1 and 8. 1 and 8 are scratched out of today's fifth. Field of 6 set to go here. Take note, no super high 5 wagering with the scratches. We do offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, we start that late pick 5 on the turf course in just 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's late pick 5, race 5 on the turf in 2 minutes. The horses on final approach. Last call for wagers, late pick 5. Getting set to jump over $40,000. Still got another minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th. Late pick 5 getting underway here. Field of 6 at a mile and a 16th. They're even money favorite on the outside. Number 7, True Myth. Antonio Gallardo for John Terranova. Here's Rose View, the first to move up. Classy Disposition. Going to take her spot in gate 3. Bonita Breeze in the orange and black colors for trainer Moises Yanez. Jose Ferrer on board. Here's Runway Lights. Samuel Marin already with a winner on today's card. Runway Lights coming up. Little Martha is going to be next. Just awaiting True Myth. Antonio Gallardo, the favorite to the outside draw. 6-5, True Myth. True Myth goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start in the center for Runway Lights, flashing some early speed. Little Martha's quick from the outside gate. And just in behind them, Classy Disposition out in third. But it's going to be Runway Lights to lead them into the main track proper. Little Martha's up to second, down to the inside, Classy Disposition. Bonita Breeze in a little bit of a tight spot there in the orange colors. Meanwhile, True Myth, the favorite, going to be 3 paths deep as they run toward that first turn. It's moving up from 5th now all the way to challenge for 3rd. Rose View is the early trailer as they have 6.5 furlongs to go. Runway Lights is the target. Runway Lights going past that 6 furlong marker in front of length and a half to Little Martha under good restraint in that second position. True Myth out wide along with Classy Disposition. They're together 3rd and 4th. The 2 at the back early on, Bonita Breeze and Rose View. 24.73 was the opening quarter mile time. Things have gone the way of Runway Lights. Runway Lights in front by a length to Little Martha, who now presses a little bit closer as up front Runway Lights tries to slack the pace. Right to their outside, True Myth perched out 3 deep in the 3rd spot, joined by Classy Disposition at the inside. Length and a half to Bonita Breeze. Rose View is still the trailer, and just 5 lengths front to back after a 50-3 opening half mile. So Runway Lights going to take him to the far turn. That lead is just about a length to Little Martha. True Myth trying to inch closer up on the outside is now a clear 3rd. Classy Disposition back 4th. Bonita Breeze giving a bit of a cue there in 5th. And then comes Rose View as they wind around the turn. Runway Lights. Little Martha trying to come up after that one. True Myth continues to cover ground out 3 deep in that 3rd spot as they come around to the top of the stretch. Runway Lights engaged by Little Martha. Those two into the lane, a length and a half in front of True Myth. Just in behind them, Classy Disposition. Here's Little Martha coming up alongside of Runway Lights from the far outside. Bonita Breeze is starting to kick in along with Classy Disposition. Runway Lights with something left after those slow early fractions. Here's Bonita Breeze right down the far outside along with Classy Disposition. 4 of them hitting the wire. Bonita Breeze on the outside got up to grab it in a thriller here to kick off the late pick 5. Results now posted 4, 6, 5, 3, and 7. .144.26 the final time. Bonita Breeze, 4-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Treasure Beach out of Brew Mistress, was bred right here in Florida. Gordon Bredesen and Peter Matson are the winning owners. Moises Yanez, the winning trainer. Jose Ferrer on board for the winning ride as Bonita Breeze comes from off the pace with a big stretch kick to win today's 5th. Price is on the board, $720 on the win for Bonita Breeze. 4-6 exact to $20.10. Trifecta $41.80. The dime super $26.41. Daily double $18. The pick three $33.30. Early pick four $241.60. The early pick five $1,820.40. Race 6 is going to come up next. Today's sixth race. It's a mile and 40 on the main track and a field of 10 set to go. Scratch number 3, Eric the Salesman. Also scratch 12, 13, and 14. Do take note the 11, Henry III, does draw in off the also eligible list and will run. Number 11 will run. Main track to kick off the late pick 4 in 22 minutes. Fans just updating out a claim from the 4th race. Number 1 Soundtrack was claimed. Goes to Thunderstrike Racing trainer Nick Goodwin.
The late pick 4 starts in race 6. It's a 5-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since September 26th. They'll be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 7, Mission Key, is in for Lynn Rarick, dropping into this condition 5 after 6 starts here this meet, the last 3 on dirt. I know he's been pretty soundly beaten, but he was in an optional 12 starter 8, which was won in a record time by Copper Light. He had Golden Wand second. Both of them won their next starts. Mission Key then ran 6th, but he was beaten just 3.5 in an open 10, despite ground loss. And then last out in another open 10, he was last. However, as that common line reads, he did check into that first turn, and then he was tracking behind this pace that was really slow. So when those horses kicked on to do the real running, he just couldn't make up any ground on them. I do think the condition 5 level could offer enough class relief for him to score here today. The 1, Nautilus, is in for Nestor Marrero. He's making a second off the layoff while taking a step back from contesting 5 and 2Ys into this 5 and 1Y. And the last time he got to run against N1Y competition, it was well in for 12.5 at Colonial over the summer, and he won by 2 3/4 lengths going a mile. He then ran 4th at Delaware Park in an N2Y at that claim price. Took a layoff, came back to get beat just 3/4 of a length in an N2Y at 7 furlongs here. Then he had traffic issues in start 2, landed 4th, and that was a productive race with next out winners Chivalry and Venezuelan Triumph. Nautilus took some time to freshen up for the new barn, but he had a terrible start in that first outing for them. He reared up as they broke, and that gave the rest of the field a head start. He later went wide. That race has produced next out winners. The Doorman, who was the winner of the race, he was 7.5 lengths the best, actually. Well, he made it back-to-back scores, earning a 76 buyer, winning an optional 8 starter 5 over Catatumbo. And then we saw the 3rd place Cox Canyon take a 5 N1Y on March 12th, earning a 63 buyer. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 2. He's a good dancer. Bottom line, he's been running well at the level, and the best performance he's had so far in terms of finish was where he got beat just ahead after dueling around the track going 2 turns. He was able to put away the other speed that was Silver Style, but he couldn't hold off Mr. Tito's. Still, impressive that he dug in to lose by such a small margin. So I'm going to go 7-1-2 in race 6, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons. Paging Elizabeth Ashley Cardona. Please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security located on the first floor. Elizabeth Ashley Cardona. Please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security on the first floor. Again, paging Elizabeth Ashley Cardona. Please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security on floor 1. The horses stepping out of the track, post sprinting for today's sixth race. We'll start our final pick four on today's card. A $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. Let me at a mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. Scratch numbers 3, 12, 13, and 14. 3, 12, 13, 14 are scratched. The 11 does draw in and will run. So we'll have a full field of 10. The late pick four, race 6 in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race will start that late pick four in just 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate today's 6th race, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6th race. Our late pick 4 getting underway here. A field of 10 set to go the 1.40 mile distance. Your post time favorite 3-1, a tip and choice on the number 2. He's a good dancer right at that morning line. Nautilus, the rail horse at 7-2, is going to be the first to load in. 9-2 out wide for Joe's Had Enough. As Nautilus and Mission Key, the first 2. Mission Key at 5-1. Here's He's a Good Dancer, co-favored now, 3-1. Burning Man coming up. $70 Cat. It's gone in. Here's Fort Charles. Joe's Had Enough. They'll be the next 2. The final pair will be Tony Small and Henry III will be all set for a start. Just a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in Oldsmar, Florida, as we lead up to Florida Cup Day on Sunday. Still about 21 days of racing left this season. Of course, closing day May 4th, Sunday, the day after the Kentucky Derby. Hope you'll make your plans to join us this spring here at Tampa Bay Downs. Henry III, Juan Belisario to the outside, coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. He's a Good Dancer, got away in good order. Tony Small broke sharply, and Nautilus down toward the inside. So the 2 inside runners are quickest as they run to that first turn. Mackenzie's Nova now 3rd as they go into the bend. Up on the far outside, Henry III is a joint 4th along with Tony Small. Length and a half more back to Mission Key, who's racing in 6th. Joe's Had Enough in the red colors. The grays advancing from 7th. It's 2 more to 70 Cat in 8th. After that comes Fort Charles in 9th, and it's 4 more back to Burning Man, who's the early trailer, already about 14 lengths off the leaders as they come out of the back stretch. 23-2 that opening quarter mile time. Nautilus using that inside post to the advantage, goes a half length in front. If He's a Good Dancer, Mackenzie's Nova, Henry III, a long shot on the outside. They stack up 4 across the track here midway down the back stretch. That quartet goes 2.5 ahead of Tony Small in the lime green colors, who's 5th. Joe's Had Enough, Shadows, Mission Key. They're 6th and 7th. They're about 6 or 7 clear of Fort Charles, 70 Cat, and long shot Burning Man continues to trail. Just over 3 furlongs left to go. Nautilus trying to prevail thus far, in front by a head. Mackenzie's Nova 3 deep. He's a Good Dancer, pushed along in a tough spot between horses. Dropping out there was Henry III. Tony Small now given the cue, is up to 4th within 3 of the lead. Then comes Mission Key down along the inside. Joe's Had Enough and Fort Charles trying to run on. Top of the stretch now. Mackenzie's Nova on the outside of He's a Good Dancer. Nautilus is backed up to 3rd. Tony Small continues to make progress. The 9-year-old's only 2.5 off the lead. Mission Key is right there as well. Final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Mackenzie's Nova, He's a Good Dancer. Tony Small out in the center of the track trying to reel them in. Mackenzie's Nova still narrowly in front. Here's Tony Small on the outside. Mission Key surging as well. Mackenzie's Nova, Tony Small, Mackenzie's Nova holds on. Tony Small was 2nd. Mission Key was 3rd. After that came He's a Good Dancer at Fort Charles. 4, 6 in a photo. Number 4, Mackenzie's Nova, a 7-1 winner. Second, number 6, Tony Small, at 9-1. Four, 6, 7, 2, and 5. Results official. Mackenzie's Nova returns 1760 for the win. He's a 6-year-old Grey Roan gelding by Jumpstart out of Sanibel Star. Was bred in Pennsylvania by Joseph Bessaker. Rice Racing, the winning owners. Kevin Rice, the winning trainer. Pedro Cotto Jr. aboard for that winning ride. Mackenzie's Nova, winner of today's 6th. 140.98 was the final time. Results official. Again, $17.60 on the win. The exact $88. Trifecta $265.30. The dime super $192.78. Daily double, a pair of fours, $29.10. Middle pick four, $303.65. Nobody had that super high five, so we'll carry over $658 to the upcoming 7th. Race 7, scratch the 11, 12, and 13. A field of 10 are in. It's a maiden claiming event at a mile on turf. Post time at 21 minutes. Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons, paging Elizabeth Ashley Cardona. Please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security on the first floor. Again, paging Elizabeth Ashley Cardona. Please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security on the first floor.
Race 7 is a main 16 for 4-year-olds and up, set at a mile on the turf. Number 4, boy oh boy, in here for William Deaton, coming in fresh after having run back in November last time. That race itself was off a layup going back to August, and he ran well despite a bump out of the gate. Got beat just a length. It was a main optional 35 on the synthetic, going just 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. And so if you go back to the turf form, that's encouraging. He's had 2 starts on grass. He ran third, well beaten, but third, going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream. This was back in December of 2022. It was a maiden optional 50, but more to the point, he ran second against maiden special weights right here at Tampa, going a mile back in June of 2023. Curiously, while that was the best start he's had from a figure standpoint, earning a 69 Beyer, he has not been back on the grass since. So, knowing that he's run well fresh, knowing that he ran his best race on this turf course at this distance, and now that he's getting dropped all the way in for 16, it makes you think he more than fits as a win candidate. Deaton also starts the number 5. That is Son of Slew, who gets Camacho aboard. This boy's had 2 starts on our turf course, both at the main 25 level, both on ground listed as good. He showed speed in both before tiring to finish 4th in both. Neither outing was perfect from a start standpoint, so yeah, I think with firm ground under a hoof, dropped in for 16, coming in off a dirt sprint, he could be tough. And I'll complete the top 3 at the number 7. That is Stowe on the win. I know he wasn't great in the first start here off the layoff, despite being dropped in for 16 after having run well against upper level maiden claimers in Maryland. But he hadn't run since October either, and he did show some interest. Race did produce a next out winner also in Lake Chapala, who went on to take a main 16 here on March 16th, earned a 68 Beyer figure. So I think Stowe on the win could be better here. Second time out for Carrasco, and that will make it 4-5-7 in race 7.
The horses onto the track, post parading for today's 7th race. We start our final pick 3 on today's card. It's on the turf course. It's a maiden claiming event, $16,000 the claiming price for 4-year-olds and upward. A field of 10 set to go. Scratch all of the also eligible runners. Scratch 11, 12, and 13. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover of $658. Post time for the 7th in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horses are making their way out of the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're just 2 minutes from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th, late pick 3 time. Field of 10 set to go the mile on turf. Your post time favorite 9-5 on the 4, Boy Oh Boy. 3-1 on the 5, Son of a Slew, both trained by William Deaton. Here's Ocean Soul coming up. American Wind to gate 6, Jose Ferrer. Had a win on the turf earlier today, did Jose? Ocean Soul gone in. Here's Lena's Jazz, Sarah Hess to gate 3. Boy Oh Boy, Marcos Meneses down to the 4th stall. Here's Regasso de Oro, the lone first-time starter to gate 8, Samuel Marin. Teamed up with Darian Rodriguez earlier on the card with a first-time starter. They'll look to do it here on the grass. Son of a Slew, Lila's Lucky Boy, Dominator C, the final 3. We're just about set for a start here in today's 7th. Dominator C and Israel Rodriguez to the outside draw. Coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Ocean Soul broke very well toward the inside, got out quickly. Stow in the Wold is forwardly placed with Boy Oh Boy and Son of a Slew, the stablemates right in between horses. Those 4 across the track into the stretch. And Boy Oh Boy coming up to poke ahead in front of Ocean Soul back second. Stow in the Wold going to be third, 3 wide as they run to that first turn. Length and a half more back to Son of a Slew and the purple colors who came away in 4th. Then comes Lila's Lucky Boy in the pink colors 5th. Dominator C's way out wide in 6th. Lena's Jazz 7th. Tight there was American Wind, who had to tap on the brakes momentarily. That forced Blue Sky Sill to tap on the brakes. And the early trailer, the first-timer, Regasso de Oro. On to the back stretch they go. 23-2 the opening quarter-mile time, and it's Boy Oh Boy in front by half a length. The Stow in the Wold, who presses that one lightly from second. It's about 2.5 or 3 more lengths. Back to Lana's Lucky Boy. Dominator C, Ocean Soul. They line up 3rd through 5th. Back a spot is Son of Slews, now 6th. 4.5 off the stablemate up top. Length and a half more after that. Back to American Wind, who pokes ahead into 7th. Down to the inside, Lena's Jazz is 8th. Regasso de Oro's out of last. Blue Sky Sill is now the trailer. 48-4 was Boy Oh Boy's opening half mile. Stow in the Wold has been hounding that one for much of the backstretch journey. Those 2 on near level terms. Boy Oh Boy just ahead in front of Stow in the Wold in 2nd. They're now 2 in front of Lila's Lucky Boy. Dominator C's under a drive up the inside. Son of a Slew starting to rally up is now 4th. Going to take to the 2 path. Meanwhile, on the far outside, Regasso de Oro's putting in a bid. Top of the stretch they come. Boy Oh Boy into the lane, narrowly in front of Stow in the Wold. American Wind cut the corner nicely, trying to rally up the inside. Down the far outside, Son of a Slew and Regasso de Oro. Boy Oh Boy is clear at the 16th pole. Son of a Slew trying to come after that one as the stablemates now 1-2. Boy Oh Boy and Marcos Meneses in front though. Boy Oh Boy all the way at 2 by 2 lengths. Second was Son of Slew. Third ended up really close there with American Wind and a late charging Lena's Jazz. Four, 5, and a photo. We do have a rider's objection. The rider of the number 5, Son of a Slew, alleging interference against the rider of the 4, Boy Oh Boy, coming out of the chute onto the main course shortly after the start. Again, a rider's objection, 5 against 4, alleging interference coming out of the chute. So do stand by. Again, a reminder, a jockey's objection, 5 against 4, claiming foul shortly after coming out of the chute into the straightaway for the first time. You can see the head-on replays and the 4 camera angles. Again, looking numbers 4 and 5 there. We do have a disqualification for interference coming out of the chute. The stewards have disqualified number 4, Boy Oh Boy, from first and placed that runner second for coming out into the path of the number 5, Son of a Slough, forcing that one to clip heels. Again, stewards have disqualified number 4, Boy Oh Boy, from first, placing that one second behind the 5 for drifting out into that one's path, coming out of the chute and into the home stretch and causing the 5 to clip heels. Into the winner's circle goes Son of a Slough, a 4-year-old bay colt by Awesome Slough out of Cabinet. Bred in Florida by Amalio Ruiz Lozano. Ted Reynolds, the winning owner. William Deaton, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning score. As Son of a Slough, your new winner of today's 7th race. Again, reminder, this race, a disqualification of the 4 from first to second. Price is on the board. 5-4 exact to $7.90. The trifecta $116.40. Dime Super $58.94. Pick 3 $55. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $2,109 to the upcoming 8th race. Race 8 is in 14 minutes at 4:13 p.m. Again, today's 8th race, take note, just 14 minutes away. No scratches or jockey changes post after the 8th. The late doubles in 13 minutes. We will have the disqualification replays coming up shortly. Coming up on your television monitors will be the head-on and pan replays of the 7th race. Again, looking at the 4 in the yellow silks and the 5 in the purple silks as they come out of the chute. Stewards rolling the number 4 came out into the path of the number 5 right here and forced that one to clip heels momentarily right there. Again, here's the pan shot of that same incident. Again, number 4 disqualified from first and placed second for that interference. Post time for today's 8th race coming up just 11 minutes.
makes Oak Ridge Training Center truly unique is that it provides a balance between a professional thoroughbred training facility and the tranquility of a farm environment. At Oak Ridge, we are dedicated to providing a supportive training environment to help thoroughbreds be successful throughout their careers. Get access to Florida's best thoroughbred training center with Big Lick Stall Rental.
Race 8 is for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which will start for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in 2024, 2025, or an optional claiming price of $12,500. They'll be going a mile and 16th on the main track. The number 7, Cloud Storage. She's won 3 of her 4 starts over this main track. She finished 3rd in her first start on our dirt, went wide and missed getting to Salagadula by a length and a half length back of Angela's Party Girl. She then won that open 62.50 and then an open 8 here despite a less than smooth trip. She then, in a first off the claim for Benny Feliciano, proved she could get it done even at 1 turn, and she came closing a score at this level going just 6 furlongs. This is just a mare in really fine form who's found her confidence, and I think she continues to roll, staying at this level back to 2 turns with plenty of pace in here to target. The number 8, Chem Major, also super impressive record here over this course. She's running the money here in 10 of 13, 7 of those wins. She too was in that February 23rd optional. She finished 5th, but she was just a length and a half back of Cloud Storage that afternoon. She was well beaten the start prior to that. I know she finished 4th, 10 and a half lengths back of the winner, but that was in an optional 16 N1X, and the winner was a Shug McGahee runner named Citational, who had won her previous start by 10 and a quarter lengths. Runner-up into Amore, next ran 2nd in an optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream for Todd Pletcher, put up a 77 fire figure, so you got to consider the competition. Chem Major, she had won an optional 16 N1X to start prior to that, going just 7 furlongs, and despite a wide trip, really gamed that day to justify the favoritism, and she'd won an open 10 in a first off the layoff to start prior to that, going the mile 40. So in short, she loves it here. You can't dismiss her. And then I'll complete the top 3 with the number 4, that is Salagadula, who is in off a first win for Aguayo. Took an optional 8 starter 5 at this distance. You had Angela's Party Girl 3rd that day, and in 2nd was Sandpiper Memories, who next ran 2nd again to Sweet Nola in that open 10 on March 14th. Race also produced a next out winner in Nadu Det, who came back to score an open 62.50. Not quite this level, I know, but she was also 7th, being 10 3/4 lengths by Salagadula. So put that into context. And that'll make my top 3 7, 8, 4 in race 8.
Horses hot on the track, post-sprinting for today's 8th race. Post time is just 4 minutes away. No scratches or changes here in this field of 9. We'll be at a mile and a 16th. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up, 12.5 the claiming price. Daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. We have a $2,109 super high 5 carryover. Race 8 in 3 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th. Late daily double getting underway here. Field of 9 set to go a mile and a 16th on that main track. Favoritism right now to the number 7, Cloud Storage at 3-1. 7-2 on the Rail Runner, Sweet Nola. 4-1 on numbers 2 and 4. Here is Sweet Nola moving in. Sing Scat to gate 6. Melissa Iorio for Alejandro Mendieta. Marvelous Lady coming up. Ronnie Allen for Lynn Rarick. Cloud Storage coming up. Marvelous Lady still proving troublesome to load. Now she goes in. Kim Major is gone for it. We're waiting on Salagadula, Pure Elegance, and Angela's Party Girl will be all set for a start. Pure Elegance coming up. Here's Salagadula. And Angela's Party Girl, Betty Jo Williams to the outside. Angela's Party Girl coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start from the inside for Sweet Nola. Between horses, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, showing speed, and Sing Scat, as those are the quickest 3. Angela's Party Girl, Kim Major trying to work over from their outside draws as they run into that first turn. It's Sweet Nola, and I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. They're 1-2. Sing Scat moves up into 3rd. Marvelous Lady cuts the corner from 4th. Kim Major, Angela's Party Girl out wide. They're 5th and 6th. Salagadula in the green and white colors is racing 7th, about 6 or 7 off the top. It's a length and a half more to Cloud Storage and Pure Elegance, those 2 at the back, as they go on to the back stretch. And on the front end, it's Sweet Nola narrowly in front of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Angela's Party Girl, a 4-wide sweep, as now they stack up 4 across the track. Sing Scat is right there in between runners as well. 23-2 the opening quarter mile. They're fanned 4 across the course. Sweet Nola on the inside. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is in and amongst runners. Sing Scat 3 deep. Angela's Party Girl just a half length back and forth. It's then a break of 2.5 lengths. Back to Kim Major and Cloud Storage. They start to advance from 5th and 6th. Marvelous Lady is 7th in the maroon and silver sleeves. Then comes Salagadula, who's back second last. Pure Elegance, the trailer. As they go around that turn, long shot Sing Scat and Sweet Nola. They're 1-2. 47-2 the opening half-mile time. Angela's Party Girl tries to go after them from 3rd. Cloud Storage is starting to warm up on the outside, coming along with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. They're 4th and 5th. Then comes Kim Majors. They come to the top of the lane. Sing Scat just narrowly in front of Sweet Nola on the inside. Angela's Party Girl length and a half back. Kim Major trying to swing into action as they have a final furlong left to go. Sweet Nola cut the corner just in front of Sing Scat, who couldn't keep up with that one. Salagadula's rallied up the fence, is now 3rd, trying to get through on the inside, but a final 16th to go. And it's Sweet Nola and Samuel Marin well in front. Salagadula, Kim Major, and on the outside, Cloud Storage to battle out second, but Sweet Nola got the win. Second look close, either Salagadula, Kim Major, or Cloud Storage. Those 3 across the track for the Miners. One and a photo. The Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're going to look into the deep stretch run of today's 8th race. Stewards inquiry sign posted here in today's 8th. Stewards taking down the inquiry sign. No change to the order of finish here. 14876 will go official shortly. Sweet Nola, a winner here of today's 8th race, right at that 3-1 morning line. A 5-year-old bay mare by First Dude out of Russian River. Spread in Florida by Tom McCrocklin and Frank Mermenstein. Juan Arriagada, the winning owner and trainer. Samuel Moran, a riding double. As Sweet Nola, your 3-1 co-favorite, victorious here in today's 8th race. One for exact in 1960, the trifecta 54.65, dime super 27.92. Pick 3, $53.70. Nobody had the super high five, so once again that'll carry over $4,083 to the upcoming 9th and final. In race 9, we're back on the turf at a mile. Scratch 4, 11, and 13. 4, 11, and 13 are all scratched out of today's 9th race. Race 9 coming up in 26 minutes at 4:49 p.m.
Race 9 is going to close out today's card with a 16 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going a mile on the turf. The number 5, Fake Celebrity, in here for Kathleen O'Connell. I know he was not great in the first start for the barn, but hey, he hadn't run since January, and that is when he had a single start for Rob Atras in a 40 N2L at Aqueduct. He finished 7th, being 16 that afternoon, but not only was it dirt, not only was it a 40 N2L in New York, he had a bad start that day. But yeah, this fella, he started his career in the barn of Chad Brown, and he ran well against New York bred competition. He won a maiden special weight there in New York, but this first start back on the grass, he was in really tough while also looking like a horse who needed one. Out of the gate, he was holding his head up, and he got in tight between horses, and that led him to getting squeezed back. He then showed a little pace, but there was a lot of ground loss, and he ultimately finished last. One horse has run back so far. That was Kansas Cat, who had finished 4th. He next ran a close 3rd and an optional 32 N2X, put up an 87 buyer figure. So now second time off the layoff with this drop into a 16 N2L, I think Fake Celebrity could show some real quality. The number 10, Max Swagger, is in for Orlando Rose, and this is off a game runner-up performance to Adios Buccaneer in at the level. That was his second try, dropped in for 16. He'd run 7th, beaten 5 the race prior, but he had an inside trip, was in tight here and there, couldn't get running room, though he did try to angle out and stretch. Max was well beaten the start before that, but that was a 25 and 3X, won by Poker Joker, who is perfect here at Tampa. And that brings us back to the 25 and 2X, in which Max finished second to Coronova. So yeah, he definitely fits. He just needs the right trip. You got Sammy Marin aboard. And then I will complete the top 3 with the number 1, Hasn't Had Enough. Yes, he finished 7th, being 21 1/4 lengths last out, but that was a 25 N2L. He hadn't run since September of 2023. He was drawn widest of all, and he went to the lead before tiring, going the 9 furlongs. That is a speed and fade angle, y'all. And I know he was well beaten before the layoff as well, but he was running at Colonial. Race before the time away was an open 30 claimer. Start before that was a 30 N2L, and he was game early before getting put away. Race was 9 furlongs. So ignore the off the turf into the slop start, and you come to the gate to wire score here, going a mile over main special weights. So now, second off the layoff, dropped in for 16, getting a flash speed from the rail. He could prove good enough, at least for a piece, under Ferrer. So that'll be 5-10-1 in race 9, and I'll see you back here on Friday.
horses onto the track, post breeding for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 68 of the season. Field of 10 on the turf course. Scratch numbers 4, 11, and 13. 4, 11, and 13 are all scratched. The 12 does draw in and will run. Number 12 will run. Race 9, a $16,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. Again, a mile on turf. Turf firm, the rail at 22 feet. Race 9 offers exact the trifecta superfecta wagering. We have a $4,083 carryover in the Super High Five. Post time in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's ninth race in 2 minutes. The horses about to start making their way out of the turf course. Just 2 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's ninth and final. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day 68 of the season. Back at it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. Don't forget, Sunday is Florida Cup Day. We'll be celebrating the Florida Bred with 6 great stakes races on Sunday's card. Special Agent Johnson going to be the next one to join, as Hasn't Had Enough has already gone forward. 5-2 slight favorite, number 7, Growth Capital. Out to 9-2 for numbers 2 and 5. Co-second choices. One of those runners, Agent Special Johnson, going forward. Said that in the wrong order. Special Agent Johnson. Micro Brewski coming up. Fake Celebrity, Sassy have gone forward. Here's Max Swagger out to gate 10. Waiting on Mungo and Halon will be all set for a start here today's ninth. Ready to close the show on a Wednesday. Halon, Willie Martinez to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Mungo got away quickly. Growth Capital is forwardly placed as well. And up from the outside, Max Swagger trying to work over from that high draw as they come into the stretch. And Max Swagger is going to take over the lead as things got real tight there for Hasn't Had Enough on the crossover there as they go through that first quarter of a mile. Max Swagger able to cross over to the inside. Growth Capital second. Halon is out third. Special Agent Johnson Hasn't Had Enough, now settled down fifth. Mungo's to that one's outside. Then comes Art Handler. It's another half length on the outside to Sassy, who's racing in eighth. Micro Brewski and Fake Celebrity, they're 9th and 10th. The early trailers as Max Swagger took them through an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. It's Max Swagger onto the back stretch, 3/4 in front of Growth Capital, who now presses closer in that second spot up to near level terms. Halon continues on third, a length and a half behind them at a big price. It's another length to Special Agent Johnson, who stays toward the fence, 2.5, 3 off the lead. After that comes Mungo. Micro Brewski starts to advance. The green colors, blue cap on the outside. It's another length back to Hasn't Had Enough, who's back 7th. Art Handler is 8th, the Sassy 9th, and Fake Celebrity trails. 47-2 for an honest opening half mile. Growth Capital right up alongside of Max Swagger, and those two go by the 3/8 pole. They're a length in front of Halon. Special Agent Johnson is 4th to the inside. Mungo's right outside of him. Then comes Micro Brewski. They've gotten away from the rest of the pack as they come to the top of the lane. Max Swagger on the inside, Growth Capital on the outside. They've been going at it for a while now. Halon tries to loop up 5 wide. Between horses, Mungo. Special Agent Johnson going to have to find a seam in behind horses, and Micro Brewski right down the far outside. A final 16th to go. Growth Capital, Max Swagger, they continue to do battle. Now Special Agent Johnson finds a seam coming after Growth Capital. Growth Capital in front, Special Agent Johnson second. Growth Capital won it. Special Agent Johnson looked to grab second from Max Swagger. It was pretty close there. Halon was 4th and Mungo 5th. Seven in a photo. 135.62 the final time. Seven, 2, 10, 12, and 6. Another winner on the card for jockey Sammy Camacho is Growth Capital Victor. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Warfront out of room service was bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. Juan Arriagada, the winning owner and trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride as Growth Capital. Winner here. Another one on the card for Juan Arriagada as well. Scored earlier with Sweet Nola. So Juan takes the late daily double. Congratulations to Juan Arriagada. Prices on the board. Results are official. $560 for the win on Growth Capital. 7-2 exact to $14.70. The trifecta $28.25. Dime Super $84.11. The daily double $16.80. The pick 3 $36.15. Late pick 4 $308.95. Late pick 5 $1,318.30. Super high 5 pays $2,569.50. All 6 in the ultimate 6 get you back $1,401. Carryover rolls into Friday's card $3,127. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing here today at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on a Wednesday. Hope you make plans to join us when live racing returns on Friday. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Of course, we got those happy hour specials at Silks and Legends on floor 2 and 3 starting right now at 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock on race days. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back on Friday for a Friday card. Don't forget Florida Cup Day is coming up on Sunday. Make your plans to join us for one of our most fun days of the season. Florida Cup Day on Sunday. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.